Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. Right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, in the state of Tennessee. Today, it's early Sunday morning, August the 14th, 2022, and the time is 7:24 a.m. First, say thank you to all my fans, my supporters, for your continued encouragement. I continue to keep myself employed right here in this Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education, Monroe College Online, continue to pursue my social degree, study and be administrative contrary to my present time. I took a break from going to school, and in the very near future, I'm going to go back to Monroe College Online, and I'm going to continue to pursue my social degree, study and be administrative contrary to Mark. Now, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. They're right here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county, in the state of Tennessee. Today's date is Sunday morning, August the 14th, 2022. The time is 7:26 a.m. First thing, thank you to all my fans, my support, for your continued encouragement support. I'll continue to keep myself employed right here in the Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education at Monroe College Online, continue to pursue my social degree, study and be administrative concentration and marketing. But in the very near future, I'm going to go back to Monroe College Online, and I'm going to continue to pursue my social degree, study and be administrative concentration and marketing. Now, what you see in front of you is anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, and anti-hazing. Also, adversus heresies, translated mean against heresies. Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, they wrote a 5-volume book refuting Gnosticism as well as other heresies, titled Adversus Heresies Against Heresies. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writings that nag them out of the library, that Gnostic writing that those Gnostic theologians was writing, that nag them out of the library, that the little farm boy over there nag them out of Egypt in 1945 while outside playing found some leftover Gnostic writings that didn't get destroyed by Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, as well as other bishops in the Catholic Church that didn't get destroyed. Also, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarian Greek Panorama, Latin, translated mean bread basket. Scholars have also said that Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also adversus heresies, against heresies. Now, this is from Merriam-Webster's Third International Dictionary, and Oxford English Dictionary going to tell you the same thing. Now, it's esoteric and exoteric. Like I just said, esoteric. It's said Merriam-Webster's Third New International Dictionary and Oxford English Dictionary gonna tell you the same thing. That esoteric and exoteric in the Greek language as well as late Latin. That's what they telling you. So it wasn't no need for me to say it right now. The Oxford English Dictionary is going to tell you the same thing. In the Greek language and the late Latin language, esoteric, saying inside, within, in. That's what they telling you. And exoteric, outside, out. So, but we're gonna go into we're gonna go a little more into it, because also when you speak in Indo-European languages, when you're talking about s and x, you're talking about suffixes and prefixes and interjections and adjectives. Gonna go a little more in depth into this. Hold on. the Almighty Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustlers, the Almighty Black Prince Stone, the Almighty Black Disciples, Popping, the Almighty Mickey Cobras, Cracking, the Bluefin Black Disciples, the Black Disciples, the Lord's Stone Disciples, 7-Eleven, G Killer. And of course, as I've been saying on my previous videos, the so-called gangster disciples came from all that stupid supreme gangster mess and all that dumb stuff. The black gangsters who was in jail at first, a jail gang. Basically, I mean, some of the guys in the royal family, some of were vice lords, some of the royal family, and some of the people that was in the jail. And as you know, as I said on my previous video, there was that guy named the Spoony Black guy started talking about the Goon Squad cartel. And then while this guy was up in the jail, the Spoony Black had got stuck by some more guys in the jail. And he ended up in intensive care. But he survived the knife attack, while he was in jail. And Larry Hoover, of course, talking about he always wanted to be a gang leader and all this with the Supreme Gangsters. There were numerous attempts on his life. People tried to kill him more than about 6-7 times. Got shot numerous times, and they tried to kill him. And so with all that supreme gangster mess, and like I said, the so-called supreme gangster. But as you know, when you lie, like I told you, when you lie, you don't get away. You don't get away with lying. So if you thought the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library was a way for you to go around other people with some concealed, disguised devil worship. Because basically, that's what you're doing. See, when you see esoteric and exoteric and all that mess, all that rejected knowledge, rejected knowledge, rejected knowledge. So you all that concealed, disguised devil worship, Satanism. You're a Satanist. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. What that is You tried to conceal it. You tried to disguise what you call devil worship. Or you can devil worship, Satanism. You're a Satanist. Okay. Well, okay. Just like when you read in the Old Testament, all that stuff that God told you not to do. I got it wrote down. I've been showing it. And you try to ignore. Like I said, the history of the city of Chicago, all that supreme gangster nonsense, and then became, and as well as all that black gangster new breed, and in the 90s, came behind it, the insane gangster disciples. See, when you try to lie, when you lie, you don't get away with lying. You don't get away with lying. And out there in the city of Los Angeles, California, I already know about a lot of people saying they from Chicago, and people moving around, people trying to go behind other people back with the Nagamata Library, the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library, the sorority and fraternity, the Sohos and the fat bitches. Using it first, before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library, all that rejected knowledge that you were using, all these African American, black / African Americans, denied education. So the so-called white people, European, oppressing a small group of Niger Congo people here in the United States of America. All that, what you call it, devil worship, Satanism, put that ISM on the end of Satan, put that IST on the end of Satan, you're a Satanist. So whatever you want to call it, devil worship, Satanism, you're a Satanist. Okay, whatever. You're a damn fool. You stupid. You going around trying to be violent. Going around victimizing innocent men, women, and children. Violating civil rights. Violating human rights. Going around trying to destroy wildlife. Trying to destroy nature. Trying to destroy the environment. Polluting the ground. Polluting the air. Polluting water. You can add noise pollution in there too. Because you don't give a damn. And because of what you've done, the North Pole and the South Pole being jeopardized. See, like you said, you devil worship, Satanism. You just stupid. You stupid. After all these years, by now, you just a stupid person just going around being violent. You ain't never gonna prove. It's already been proved. All this time, you ain't no damn body. You ain't nobody to be afraid of. You ain't nobody to be scared of. If anything, you a coward. A bunch of homosexuals and lesbians. Bisexuals. Going around lying. Transgender. Transsexuals. Queer. You just stupid. You a damn fool. You just go around just being stupid. Because some of you people claim you got education. You join the sorority. You join the fraternity. Get initiated. Get hazed. And you just stupid. I can't say that you're ignorant. You took the ACT and the SAT to get admitted into a college and a university. So I can't say you're ignorant, but I can say you're just a stupid person. Even with your education, you just stupid. You really are. Hell, you got a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a PhD. And you stupid. God damn it, you stupid. After all this time, you still walking around here talking about devil worship. After all this time, you still walking around talking about some Satan, put ISM on the end, Satanism, put IST on the end, you're a Satanist. All this time. You ain't nobody to be afraid of. You ain't nobody to be afraid of. Join no sorority and no fraternity. You ain't nobody to be afraid of. And you ain't nobody to be scared of. You a coward. You a coward. Like I said, out there in California, I know some people claim they from Chicago, all that, during that period of time, before 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, and after the discovery of the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. All that rejected knowledge you was using before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, including Gnostic, the only historical record of Gnosticism was at versus Heresies. All around the world gonna tell you the same thing. The only historical record of Gnosticism at versus Heresies. The 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. People in academia around the world, including the sorority and fraternity here in the United States of America and U.S. territories, at the colleges and universities, using the Nagamon Library. Going around lying. Going around lying. Out there in the city of Los Angeles, state of California, they had some kind of group called the Avenues. And out of that group, some little guy named Ronald Watson gonna start him a group. Come out the Beta Cribs. And from that came the Crips. Talking about you wear blue. And some more guys calling themselves various little names. They call themselves, they got together. Start calling themselves the Bloods. They wear red. Then they got into a what you call a gang war. This guy named Ron Washington, he got shot and killed. There's a lot of people got shot and killed in the so-called gang war. The Bloods and the Crips. And now that Blood, Crip gang, all that Bloodstone villain, talking about you wear red, talking about you a Blood, and all that limestone, talking about you a Blood. You ain't nothing but a bunch of imitators. You ain't nobody. You ain't nothing but an imitator trying to latch on. Trying to latch on. Up there in Chicago, in the city of Chicago, in the state of Illinois, talking about some independent gang. I done told you once before, and I'm going to keep on telling you. Man, you don't get away with lying. You don't get away with lying. So you can walk your ass around and think you getting away. You can think you getting away, but you're not. You ain't getting away. You don't get away with playing with other people. So you can just go and walk around and keep thought you got away. But I guarantee you ain't gonna never say you got away. Nowhere in the United States of America and U.S. territory, you ain't gonna never get away. You don't get away with lying. Ain't no damn nag amount of library, no excuse for any person to walk your ass around and think you could play with other people. So you can keep on walking around on the East Coast of the United States of America, from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida and the state of Ohio. You can keep thinking that you're going to get away, but you're not. You ain't going to get away. You don't get away with lying. You don't get away with lying. Ain't no nag amount of library. Ain't no rejecting knowledge. No way for you or anybody to go around talking about you going to violate civil rights and human rights. You ain't going to get away. You ain't getting away. Ain't nobody, white, black, ain't nobody getting away on this planet, on this earth, on this globe. You ain't going to never get away. Never. And I'm going to say this. Because in this Holy Bible, I'm going to say this. My Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the Son of God. You ain't going to never get away. Never. You don't get away. You don't get away. Talking about you a devil worshiper. Talking about you a Satanist. Talking about you worship, you practice Satanism. No. You don't get away. No. It ain't no such thing. No such thing. No such thing. So you can keep on trying to make up all the lies you want. You ain't gonna never get away. You ain't gonna never be right. You ain't gonna never be right. You gonna always be wrong. And you gonna be punished. You will be punished. You will be punished. That's a guarantee. It's only one church. Only one. Pick my Bible back up. Only one church. The Catholic Church. Roman Catholic Church. Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church. Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church. It's only one church. And all Catholic churches are working toward unification. You're a Catholic, you're a Christian. You're a Christian, you're a Catholic. Scripture and tradition. So if you thought you got away with trying to lie, like you thought you'd be getting, like Martin Luther. Just like Martin Luther and his supporters and followers. It's a difference. It's a difference. If you don't know history, Martin Luther wasn't by himself. He had some people that were supporting him. Because when he tried to, who helped him to escape? His supporters helped him to escape. And behind that, when there was a war, he had followers. Don't mean he was right, but he had supporters and he had followers. But on the other hand, the Catholic Church, the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Emperor, they didn't take it. Pope Leo X, Johann Eck, Albert of Brandenburg, Johann Tessel, the Counter-Reformation, Catholic Reformation, they ain't take it. He didn't get away. Martin Luther didn't get away. His supporters didn't get away. His followers didn't get away. It was war. It was war. So you walking around saying you're a Methodist, you're a Baptist, and anything else, the Church of England, the list goes on. Church of Christ, walking around talking about the first century church, you're a liar. You ain't doing nothing lying. All these misinformed, misled blacks / African Americans who were denied education, sitting up in a Baptist church, walking around over there in the Methodist church, talking about some African Methodist Episcopal church, some colored Methodist Episcopal church. And oh yeah, don't let me forget, the Church of God in Christ, you not right, some damn devil worshipers, some Satanists, talking about you in the Crip gang, in the Blood gang, talking about you a Bloodstone villain, walking around talking about you a limestone. The Church of God in Christ, you ain't nobody. Misinformed, misled. You don't know what you're talking about. Get somewhere and sit down somewhere and shut the hell up. Just like I've been telling you, the Holy Bible already told you about that devil worship and all that so-called Satanism, and talking about you're a Satanist and making up all that stuff about God. Man, you can keep on trying to make up all that esoteric, talking about some Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, talking about some New Age, and now you're talking about some modern day pagan, contemporary pagan, neo-pagan, polytheistic reconstructionism. When you get through talking, You can call yourself a devil worshiper. You can call yourself a Satanist, Satanism, because that's all you're doing, making up a bunch of lies, trying to claim you worship the devil, telling you worship Satan, and then you're trying to conceal it. You're trying to disguise your devil worship. You're trying to keep other people from knowing that you're a Satanist. You practice Satanism. The World Wide Web and all these other ways that you try to conceal, try to disguise your devil worship, your Satanism, because you're a Satanist. You ain't gonna get away. You ain't gonna get away. Now you thought you got away with that gang mess and thought that the Supreme Gangsters was another way for you to go around and be violent and try to conceal and try to disguise your devil worship, your Satanism. Yeah, I done heard about Shintaria. I done heard about voodoo. I done heard about a lot of other things that could be classified just like Judaism. It can be classified. Only thing I read in the Old Testament is the children of Israel. That's what my Bible say, the children of Israel. See, when I've been calling telling you, been constantly telling you, that in the Holy Bible, see, in ancient times, people did those things in ancient times. That's the reason why it's recorded in the Holy Bible. I've been constantly telling you. I've been constantly telling you. In ancient times, people did those things. That's where you getting it from. In modern times. Now I gotta get my reading in. I know it's early in the morning, but I want to go ahead and give me some. When I had to work and stuff like that, so I say, look, I'm gonna give me some rest and then do my video. I'm gonna get my reading in first. And then once I do my reading, I'm gonna continue to do it, all the things I do, including I gotta find me a newspaper. But like I've been telling you, when you get to the root of the issue, I can sit here and talk all day. But that's what it really is. It's ancient people in ancient times who claim they didn't want to believe, they didn't want to listen to God. And when you ain't want to listen You didn't want to believe. Then you took the same information and made up your own God. And after you made up your own, hell, you start sacrificing children, animals, yourself, being violent. But you claim you worship God. As it says in the Holy Bible, the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. Didn't tell you to do that. He didn't tell you to do that. He didn't tell you to do the things that you it's recorded in the Holy Bible. What not to do. So all you people walking around, it ain't nothing new. You still doing the same stupid mess that people in ancient times did, and you doing the same damn thing, just lying. You just go around lying, and then when you lie, you just go around doing stupid things because you're a stupid person. There's a lot of stupid people with an associate's degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree, and PhD. Bunch of homosexuals, lesbians. I ain't even finna go into child pornography. I'm not going to. Well, might well say it. Yeah, it's a lot of people with a associate's degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD, child rape, child murder. Hell, you'll be out here sacrificing children if it weren't for the get tough laws with your PhD. You the same damn person that got on an airplane and went way over to another country so you could have sex with little children. And they put your ass on news. On some of them, on what Dateline was it? Dateline 2020. Got on an airplane, all that child pornography, walking around with a bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD. Devil worship. So don't even try to deny. Because this is exactly what your ass will do. Because you already done it. Your ass don't want to go to jail. You don't want to get caught. That's the reason why you see all that mess on the World Wide Web. Because how many people you know how to work on a computer who didn't go to college, including me. Before I even started working on my associate's degree, you talking about the internet. So when the police department looking for somebody for some child pornography, hell, Eric don't know how to get on the internet. Hell, you talking about Windows 7, if it hadn't been for Eric started taking some college courses, what window? You talking about the windows in the house? What you mean Windows 7? It's on the internet, Eric. Talking about Windows PowerPoint. What was that? Windows Excel. What else? All that Windows stuff. Hell, if you ain't never took no college course and you out here on the street, you talking about somebody with a degree, sat down and tried to show you. Well, to the police department, if somebody sat down and showed you basically a keyboard, but you ain't never took no college course. So this is what it means to the district attorney. When you ain't never took no college course, and you talking about the internet, and you talking about some, what you call it, child pornography, and it's online, you know as well as I do, the district attorney gonna tell you this. You don't have no degree. And talking about putting something on it, and then talking about the equipment that they use to record, to make some child. This is what the district attorney gonna say. See, they know. See, that's how they know. So if you talking about somebody with a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a PhD, that's who did it. Because they'll see me, they'll say, Eric don't know. And you're right. They know damn well Eric don't know. How the hell you gonna how Eric gonna put some child pornography on the internet? Hell, he don't know. He don't. And as for you talking about a child, the damn prosecuting attorney know damn well somebody kidnapped a child. Now you might say, stupid Eric did something. Somebody told him to go. That's as far as you can go. Hell, they know damn well. You talking about after somebody kidnapped a child, and you got a child on the internet. You know damn well the IT class. That's who they looking at. That's who the district attorney looking at. They looking at the people over there in the IT class. Because hell, Eric don't know. You know damn well he don't know. So for you to be walking around with a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a PhD, it was the people in academia. They know it. The people at the Justice Department gonna tell you the same damn thing. Because you don't know. So when it comes to all that blue collar crime, white collar, that's what it means. The people who've been committing crime, the people in academia. Not just here in America, around the world. It be the people in academia. If you don't know how to read, you don't know what a prefix and a suffix is. And then somehow the linguistic department. It's the people in academia. Talking about some devil worship, Satanism. You're a Satanist. You don't know what you're talking about. You listen to what some other person who went to school, who went to college or university, and they sitting around talking to you about it. But you yourself, you don't know. You don't know. You don't have access. Let me change it. The info, unless you go to the library, the main library, information. Somebody went around and studied about ancient people. That's what they've been telling you about all that rejected knowledge. Is that it's people constantly looking back at what ancient people did, then they make up New Age. Then they made up modern paganism or contemporary paganism because they keep looking back at ancient people and what they claim, what they did. You ain't never been right, and you ain't gonna never be right. You just stupid. You ain't gonna never be right. No matter what you call it. Just calling and making up a bunch of lies. This all you do is lie. And out of all that lying, you be violent. You just go around being violent. You ain't no damn way you ain't gonna prove anything. You just violent. A bunch of crazy, mentally ill people just going around being violent. Trying, doggone well, God didn't tell you to do none of that stuff. You just going around being stupid and violent. Now I gotta get my reading in. But like I said, the history of the city of Chicago, right there in front of you. See, you try to you go around, don't want to listen. You thought the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, you thought there was a way for you to walk around and be stupid. Now that's my daddy, Chester Johnson Jr., born right here in the city of Memphis. Now he passed away in 2012. And that's my mother, Annie Bell Johnson. She's still alive, and I visit my mother regular basis. And that's my daddy's little brother, my Uncle Lemuel Johnson, born right here in the city of Memphis, Tennessee. And while I was incarcerated, my Uncle Lemuel Johnson was murdered. I haven't forgotten. And goddamn it, I don't take it. I'm walking around mad. I don't take nothing off these bitches. Nothing. It ain't nothing that I'm going to take. Now, my granddad, Chester Johnson Sr. from Mississippi. Chester Johnson Jr., my granddad, Chester Johnson Sr., and my grandma, oldest child. My dad, he the oldest of all the children. My grandma, my granddad, and my grandma. My dad is the oldest. My Uncle Lemuel Johnson, he the second oldest. He the youngest of my granddad's children, and he the second oldest of my grandmama's children. My grandmama, she born in Mississippi, and passed away in the city of Chicago. And granddad from Mississippi was living in Detroit, Michigan, up until the day he passed away. Now, grandma, she had another son, my Uncle Walter, my grandmama's third child. Grandma, she had another child, my aunt, Virgin May. Now my Uncle Walter, he was born right here in the city of Memphis and was living in the city of Chicago up until the day he passed away. My Aunt Virgin May, same thing. Was living in the city of Chicago up until the day she passed away. Now grandmama had another son, James Demo, was living in Mississippi up until the day he passed away. Now grandmama, she had another son, Verlee Jr., was living in the city of Chicago up until the day he passed away. The history of the city of Chicago right there in front of you. You don't get away with lying. You don't get away with lying. You ain't getting away. You ain't getting away. You thought you was gonna get now. From this day, goddamn it, you better not even think you getting away, cause you're not. You ain't no goddamn body. Think I take something off you. You a damn lie. You ain't nobody. You ain't nobody to be afraid of, and you ain't nobody to be scared of. Don't care nothing about no damn gangster site. Don't care nothing about no black gangster site. Now damn sure don't care nothing about no damn insane gangster. Don't give a damn about you. Don't care nothing about you. You ain't nobody to me. So you can walk your ass around talk about the name of my library all you want. You can make up any other. You can make up any and all kind of lies you want. But I'm going to tell you this. It ain't nothing I take. It ain't nothing Eric going to take. You can talk about the Crip gang, the Blood gang. You can say you're a Bloodstone villain. Like, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Don't care nothing about you. Don't care nothing about you. You ain't nobody to be afraid of. You ain't nobody to be scared of. Don't care nothing about you. Here, the same thing. You can talk about the name amount of library. You can make up any other. Man, I don't care nothing about them lies you made up. I don't care nothing about you. You ain't no damn body to be afraid of. You ain't nobody to be scared of. Now, there's a lot of information that's available. The history of the city of Chicago. You can watch television, read newspaper, magazines, television, movies. Even if it's fictionalized, still basically talking about the same subject. As well as online, the internet, the World Wide Web, the library. Now, there's all kind of web pages, websites. And so, one place that you can go. Chicago gang culture. It's just one. It's a whole lot of places you can go. So when it comes to the folk gangs, the my people gang, that Nagamon library, that so-called Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition. Now, like I've been telling you, that devil worship, that Satanism, they say you don't get away with lying. You don't get away with lying. It ain't no such thing as no esoteric and no exoteric. Yeah, I already know. Pythagoras called all those inside his inner circle of his esoterics. Pythagoras called all those outside of his inner circle of initiates his exoterics. Aristotle called all those his closest confidants his esoterics. Aristotle called all those who came to his evening lectures his exoterics. Plato also used the designation esoterics. Plato also used the designation exoterics. Briefly, before I start my reading, we're going to go to the online dictionary. Merriam-Webster's online dictionary. Merriam-Webster's Third New International Dictionary. And before that, Merriam-Webster's Second International Dictionary. The sorority and fraternity. The solos and the fat bitches. As well as people in academia in general. As well as Merriam-Webster's First Dictionary. And you know, Oxford University, Oxford English Dictionary, and Cambridge University, the same university, Oxford University, Cambridge University. Oxford was first. Then came Cambridge University. Now, like I said briefly, I got to get my reading in. Now, right now, I'm looking at S in the Oxford languages. So, like I said, the Oxford language, which is Oxford University Dictionary, they have it's still, as long as they say Oxford. So, suffix S, forming plurals or nouns ending in sibilant sounds, such as boxes. Number 2, forming plurals or certain nouns ending in O. For example, potatoes. Origin, English. Variant of S. S number 2, suffix, forming the third person singular of the present tense in verbs ending in sibilant sound. Pushes. Number 2, forming the third person singular of the present tense in verb ending in O, but not goes. Origin, English. Variant of S. Then you have S as a symbol, a chemical element, Einsteinium. The origin. Wait. Now click over to dictionary.com/thesaurus.com. S. Now you have, like I said, Now it says here on dictionary.com/thesaurus.com, S number one, ES number one, a plural suffix occurring in long words from Greek, such as Hades. Origin of S from the Greek suffix es. Other definitions for es. Variant of S2 in verbs ending S, Z, CH, SH, or post-consonantal. Y passes, buzzes, pitches, dashes, studies. Other definition for es. Variant of S in noun ending S, Z, CH, SH, or post-consonantal. Y. And in nouns ending in F and V in the plural, losses, fuzzes, riches, ashes, babies, sheaves. Then you got the British dictionary, of course. Scroll. So like I said, that was dictionary.com/thesaurus.com. Now let's go to EX. Now, again, Oxford Languages. Now, when it comes to EX number one, preposition, X. Preposition EX. Now, from the British, of goods sold direct from, carpet tiles offered at a special price, X stock. Number two, British without excluding. The discount and market price are X dividend. The origin, Latin. X means out of. Mid-19th century. In X, from Latin, out of. Now, X number two. Noun, informal. Plural noun, X's. The origin, English. 19th century, independent usage of X. X number one, prefix. Out, outside of. Expand. Number two, up and away, upward, extol. Number three, thoroughly, excruciate. Number four, removal or release, excommunicate. Number five, forming verbs expressing inducement of a state, exasperate. Number six, forming nouns from titles of office, status, etc., expressing a former state, ex-husband. Now, X number two, prefix. Prefix X, out, Exodus. The origin, Greek. X, out of. From Greek, X, out of. Now, dictionary.com/thesaurus.com. X, preposition. Number 1, finance. Without, not including, or without the right to have. X interest, X rights. Number 2, commerce. Free of charges to the person until the time of removal from a specified place or thing. X ship, X warehouse, X elevator. In U.S. colleges and universities, from but not graduated with the class of X 47. The origin of X, number 1, first recorded in 1835 from Latin. Other definitions for X: noun, for a former spouse or a former partner in a long-term romantic relationship. Ex-wife, ex-husband, ex-lover. The origin of X, first recorded in 1820-30 by shortening. Other definition for X: noun, the letter X. Other definition for X are adjective, slang. Number 1, excellent. The origin of X, first recorded in 1920-25 by shortening. Other definition for X: abbreviation, biology, ecology, extinct. Other definition for X: number 1, a prefix meaning out of, from, and hence, early, thoroughly, and sometimes meaning not or without, or indicating a former title, status, etc., freely used as an English formative. Ex-stipulate, extraterrestrial, ex-president, former president, ex-member, ex-wife. Origin of X, number 1, Latin. Combining form of X, preposition, out of, from, beyond. Other definition for X: number 2, number 1, variant of XO. Other definition for X: number 3, number 1, a prefix identical in meaning with X, number 1, occurring before vowels in words of Greek origin. Exarch, exegesis. Origin of X, number 3, from Greek. Combining form of X, ick, out of, from, beyond. Other definition for X: an abbreviation, examination, examine, example, accept, exception, exchange. Other definition for X: abbreviation, the Bible, Exodus. And then you also had a British dictionary. What time? I gotta get my reading in. So like I said, if you thought you was getting away, you're not getting away. You're not getting away. Just go around lying. Now, you can go to BibleStudyTools.com. They have all the available versions of the Holy Bible, including those study guides, study tools. And you can also go to BibleGateway.com, and they have all available versions of the Holy Bible, and they have study guides, study tools. So I usually go to BibleGateway.com. Now, I'm on BibleGateway.com, and I scroll down to the English versions of the Holy Bible. Now, the Apocrypha. The Common English Bible has the Apocrypha. The Dewey Reams 1899 American edition has the Apocrypha. The Good News Translation has the Apocrypha. The New Revised Standard Version Anglicized has the Apocrypha. And the New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition has the Apocrypha, as well as the Revised Standard Version has the Apocrypha. And the Wycliffe Bible has the Apocrypha. So usually I go to the Good News Translation. So I'm going to click over there, Good News Translation of the Holy Bible, and scroll to Sirach. Now, last time I read Sirach chapter 23, verses 1 through 27. So I'm going to click Sirach chapter 24. Right, chapter 24. Chapter 24, verses 1 through 34. Sirach chapter 24, verses 1 through 34. Now, verses 1 through 22 is titled, In Praise of Wisdom. Like I said, I'm reading Sirach chapter 24, verses 1 through 34. Now, verses 1 through 22 is titled, In Praise of Wisdom. And it reads, Listen to wisdom. She proudly sings her own praises among the Israelites, her own people, in the assembly of the Most High, in the presence of his power. I am the word spoken by the Most High. I covered the earth like a mist. I made my home in highest heaven, my throne on a pillar of cloud. Alone I walked around the circle of the sky and walked through the ocean beneath the earth. I ruled over all the earth and the ocean waves, over every nation, over every people. I looked everywhere for a place to settle, some part of the world to make my home. Then my Creator, who created the universe, told me where I was to live. Make your home in Israel, he said. The descendants of Jacob will be your people. He created me in eternity before time began, and I will exist for all eternity to come. I served him in the sacred tent and then made my home on Mount Zion. He settled me in the beloved city and gave me authority over Jerusalem. I put down roots among an honored people, whom the Lord had chosen as his own. I grew tall, like the cedars in Lebanon, like the cypresses on Mount Hermon, like the palm trees of En-Gedi, like the roses of Jericho, like beautiful olive trees in the fields, like plane trees growing by the water. My breath was the spicy smell of cinnamon, of sweet perfume, and finest myrrh, of stacte, onycha, and gabanum. The fragrant incense in the sacred tent, like an oak, I spread out my branches, magnificent and graceful. Like a grapevine, I put out lovely shoots. My blossoms gave way to rich and glorious fruit. Come to me, all you that want me, and eat your fill of my fruit. You will remember me as sweeter than honey, better than honey from the comb. Eat me, and you will hunger for more. Drink me, and you will thirst for more. Obey me, and you will never have cause for embarrassment. Do as I say, and you will be safe from sin. Now, verses 23 through 34 is titled, Wisdom and the Law. Wisdom is the law which Moses commanded us to keep, the covenant of God Most High, the inheritance of the synagogue of Israel. The law overflows with wisdom like the Pishon River, like the Tigris at fruit picking time. The law brims over with understanding like the Euphrates, like the Jordan at harvest time. It sparkles with teachings like the Nile, like the Gihon at grape picking time. The first human being ever created never knew wisdom completely, and the last person on earth will be no more successful. The possibilities of wisdom are vaster than the ocean. Her resources are more profound than the deepest waters beneath the earth. As for me, I thought of myself as an irrigation canal bringing water from a river into a garden. I only intended to water my orchard and flower bed, but the canal soon became a river, and the river became a sea. And so I present you with my learning. I hold it at high, so that its light can be seen everywhere, like that of the rising sun, like an inspired prophet. I pour out my teachings so that future generations can benefit from them. Please realize that I have not done all this hard work for myself alone, but to help anyone who wants to be wise. So I just read from Sirach, chapter 24, verses 1 through 34. So now I'm going to continue my reading. I'm going over to this website, www.earlychristianwritings.com. And as you see, when you go there, they have the chronological order from 30, 60, AD, all the way over to 320 or 380 AD. So we're going to click over where it says Church Fathers. Click Church Fathers. And when you go to Church Fathers, we're going to continue our reading on at verses Heraces. So when you go there, like I said, you're on Church Fathers, click Irenaeus of Lyons. And then you'll see all 5 books against heresies, book 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, last time I read at verses Heraces against heresy, book 1, read chapter 24, verses 1, 2, and 3. Now, read book 2, chapter 27, verses 1, 2, and 3. Book 3, read chapter 23, read verses 5, 6, 7, and 8. Book 4, chapter 25, verses 1, 2, and 3. Book 5, chapter 26, verses 1 and 2. So, let's go to book 1. In verse heresy against heresy, and I'm going to have to scroll down. All right, 24, verse 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Like I said, last time I read chapter 24. Book number 1, I read chapter 24. I read verses 1, 2, and 3. So it's four more verses left. 4, 5, 6, and 7. And chapter 24 is titled Doctrines of Saturninus and Basilides. Chapter 24. It's like I said, it's 7 verses, so I read verses 1, 2, and 3. So now I'm reading verses 4, 5, 6, and 7. And it reads, verse number 4. Those angels who occupy the Lord's heaven, that namely which is visible to us, formed all the things which are in the world, and made allotments among themselves of the earth and of those nations which are upon it. The chief of them is he who is thought to be the God of the Jews. And inasmuch as he desired to render the other nations subject to his own people, that is, the Jews, all the other princes resisted and opposed him. Wherefore all other nations were at enmity with his nation. But the Father, without birth and without name, perceiving that they would be destroyed, sent his own first begotten, Nous, it is who is called Christ, He it is who is called Christ to bestow deliverance on them that believe in him from the power of those who made the world. He appeared then on earth as a man to the nations of these powers and wrought miracles. Wherefore he did not himself suffer death, but Simon, a certain man of Cyrene, being compelled, bore the cross in his stead, so that this latter, being transfigured by him, that he might be thought to be Jesus, was crucified through ignorance and error, while Jesus himself received the form of Simon, and standing by laughed at them. For since he was an incorporeal power and the announced mind of the unborn Father, he transfigured himself as he pleased, and thus ascended to him who had sent him, deriding them, inasmuch as he could not be laid hold of, and was invisible to all. Those then who know these things have been freed from the principalities who formed the world, so that it is not incumbent on us to confess him who was crucified, but him who came in the form of a man, and was thought to be crucified, was called Jesus, and was sent by the Father, that by this dispensation he might destroy the works of the makers of the world. If anyone, therefore, he declares, confesses the crucified, that man is still a slave and under the power of those who formed our bodies. But he who denies him has been freed from these beings and is acquainted with the dispensation of the unborn Father. Number 5. Salvation belongs to the soul alone, for the body is by nature subject to corruption. He declares too that the prophecies were derived from those powers who were the makers of the world, but the law was specially given by their chief who led the people out of the land of Egypt. He attaches no importance to the question regarding meats offered in sacrifice to idols, thinks them of no consequence, and makes use of them without any hesitation. He holds also the use of other things and the practice of every kind of lust a matter of perfect indifference. These men, moreover, practice magic and use images, incantation, invocation, and every other kind of curious art, coining also certain names as if they were those of the angels. They proclaim some of these as belonging to the first and others to the second heaven, and then they strive to set forth the names, principalities, angels, and powers of the 365 imagined heavens. They also affirm that the barbarous name in which the Savior sinned and descended is Kalaku. Verse number 6. He then who has learned these things and known all the angels and their causes is rendered invisible and incomprehensible to the angels and all the power, even as Kalaku also was, and as the Son was unknown to all, so must they also be known by no one. But while they know all and pass through all, they themselves remain invisible and unknown to all. For do thou, they say, know all, but let nobody know thee. For this reason, persons of such a persuasion are also ready to recant their opinion. Yea, rather, it is impossible that they should suffer on account of a mere name, since they are alike to all. The multitude, however, cannot understand these matters, but only 1 out of 1,000 or 2 out of 10,000. They declare that they are no longer Jews, and that they are not yet Christians, and that it is not at all fitting to speak openly of their mystery, but right to keep them secret by preserving silence. Verse number 7. They make out the local position of the 365 heavens in the same way as do mathematicians. For accepting the theorems of these latter, they have transferred them to their own type of doctrine. They hold that their chief is Abraxas, and on this account their word contains in itself the numbers amounted to 365. So I just read verses 4, 5, 6, and 7. From chapter 24, titled Doctrines of Saturninus and Basilides, from book number 1. So let me scroll up and click over. Book number 2. And verses heresies against heresies. Now, last time I read chapter 27. Chapter 27. Okay, so it's chapter 28. So chapter 28. And chapter 28 has 9 verses. So I'm going to read first 3 verses. Chapter 28. Yeah, I'm going to read the first 3 verses. Chapter 28. 28 is titled, Perfect Knowledge Cannot Be Attained in the Present Life. Many questions must be submissively left in the hands of God. Like I said, I'm going to read verses 1, 2, and 3. There are 9 verses total. I'm going to read the first 3 verses. Verse number 1. Having therefore the truth itself as our rule, and the testimony concerning God set clearly before us, we ought not, by running after numerous and diverse answers to questions, to cast away the firm and true knowledge of God. But it is much more suitable that we, directing our inquiries after this fashion, should exercise ourselves in the investigation of the mystery and administration of the living God, and should increase in the love of him who has done and still does so great things for us, but never should fall from the belief by which it is most clearly proclaimed that this being alone is truly God and Father, who both formed this world, fashioned man, and bestowed the faculty of increase on his own creation, and called him upwards from lesser things to those greater ones which are in his own presence, just as he brings an infant which has been conceived in the womb into the light of the sun, and lays up wheat in the barn after he has given it full strength on the stalk. But it is one and the same Creator who both fashioned the womb and created the sun, and one and the same Lord who both reared the stalk of corn, increased and multiplied the wheat, and prepared the barn. Verse number 2. If, however, we cannot discover explanation of all those things in Scripture which are made the subject of investigation, yet let us not on that account seek after any other God besides him who really exists. For this is the very greatest impiety. We shall leave things of that nature to God, who created us, being most properly assured that the scriptures are indeed perfect, since they were spoken by the word of God and his spirit. But we, inasmuch as we are inferior to and latter in existence than the word of God and his spirit, are on that very account destitute of the knowledge of his mysteries. And there is no cause for wonder if this is the case with us as respects things spiritual and heavenly, and such as require to be made known to us by revelation, since many even of those things which lie at our very feet, I mean such as belong to this world, which we handle and see and are in close contact with, transcend our knowledge, so that even these we must leave to God. For it is fitting that he should excel all in knowledge. For how stands the case, for instance, if we endeavor to explain the cause of the rising of the Nile, we may say a great deal, plausible or otherwise, on the subject. But what is true, sure, and incontrovertible regarding it belongs only to God. Then again, the dwelling place of birds, of those, I mean, which come to us in spring, but fly away again on the approach of autumn, though it is a matter connected with this world, escapes our knowledge. What explanation again can we give of the flow and ebb of the ocean? Although everyone admits there must be a certain cause for these phenomena. Or what can we say as to the nature of those things which lie beyond it? What, moreover, can we say as to the formation of rain, lightning, thunder, gatherings of clouds, vapors, the bursting forth of winds, and such like things, of tell as to the storehouse of snow, hail, and other like things? What do we know respecting the conditions requisite for the preparation of clouds? Or what is the real nature of the vapors in the sky? What as to the reason why the moon waxes and wanes? Or what as to the cause of the difference of nature among various waters, metal, stones, and such like things? On all these points we may indeed say a great deal while we search into their cause, but God alone, who made them, can declare the truth regarding them. Verse number 3. If, therefore, even with the respect to creation, there are some things like the knowledge of, which belong only to God, and others which come within the range of our own knowledge, what ground is there for complaint? If, in regard to those things which we investigate in the scriptures, which are throughout spiritual, we are able by the grace of God to explain some of them, while we must leave others in the hands of God, and that not only in the present world, but also in that which is to come, so that God should forever teach, and man should forever learn the things taught him by God, as the apostle has said on this point, that when other things have been done away, then these three, faith, hope, and charity, shall endure. For faith, which is respect to our master, endures unchangeably, assuring us that there is but one true God, and that we should truly love him forever, seeing that he alone is our Father, while we hope ever to be receiving more and more from God, and to learn from him, because he is good and possesses boundless riches, a kingdom without end, and instruction that can never be exhausted. If, therefore, according to the rule which I have stated, will leave some question in the hands of God, we shall both preserve our faith uninjured and shall continue without danger. And all scripture which has been given to us by God shall be found by us perfectly consistent, and the parable shall harmonize with those passages which are perfectly plain. And those statements, the meaning of which is clear, shall serve to explain the parables, and and through the many diversified utterances of Scripture, there shall be heard one harmonious melody in us, praising the hymns that God who created all things. If, for instance, anyone asks, what was God doing before he made the world? We reply that the answer to such a question lies with God himself, for that this world was formed perfect by God, receiving a beginning in time. The Scriptures teach us, but no Scripture reveals to us what God was employed about before this event. The answer, therefore, to that question remains with God, and it is not proper for us to aim at bringing forward foolish, rash, and blasphemous suppositions in reply to it, so as by once imagining that he has discovered the origin of matter, he should in reality set aside God himself who made all things. So I just read verses 1, 2, and 3 from chapter 28, titled, Perfect Knowledge Cannot Be Attained in the Present Life. Many questions must be submissively left in the hands of God. And I just read from book number 2, and verse heresy against heresy. So let me click. All right, book number 3, and verses heresies against heresy. Now, last time I read chapter 23. Let me scroll. Okay, finish that one. Okay, so like I said, I read chapter 28 last time. I read chapter 23. Excuse me, chapter 23. Chapter 23, and I finished it. I read verses 5, 6, 7, and 8. So chapter 23. I'm on chapter 24. So, there are two verses. I'm going to read both verses. Chapter 24. Like I said, it's two verses. And chapter 24 is titled, Recapitulation of the various arguments adduced against Gnostic impiety under all its aspects. The heretics, tossed about by every blast of doctrine, are opposed by the uniform teaching of the church, which remains so always, and is consistent with itself. Verse number 1. Thus, then, have all these men been exposed, who bring in impious doctrines regarding our Maker and Framer, who also formed this world, and above whom there is no other God. And those have been overthrown by their own arguments, who teach falsehoods regarding the substance of our Lord, and the dispensation which he fulfilled for the sake of his own creature man. But it has, on the other hand, been shown that the preaching of the church is everywhere consistent and continues in an even course and receives testimony from the prophets, the apostles, and all the disciples, as I have proved through those in the beginning, the middle, and the end, and through the entire dispensation of God, and their well-grounded system, which tends to man's salvation, namely our faith, which, having been received from the church, we do preserve, and which always, by the Spirit of God, renewing its youth, as if it were some precious deposit in an excellent vessel, causes the vessel itself containing it to renew its youth also. For this gift of God has been entrusted to the church, as breath was to the first created man, for this purpose, that all the members receiving it may be vivified, and the means of communion with Christ has been distributed throughout it, that is, the Holy Spirit, the earnest of incorporation, the earnest of incorruption, the means of confirming our faith, and the ladder of ascent to God. For in the church it is said, God has set apostles, prophets, teachers, and all the other means through which the Spirit works, of which all those are not partakers who do not join themselves to the church, but defraud themselves of life through their perverse opinions and infamous behavior. For where the church is, there is the Spirit of God. And where the Spirit of God is, there is the church, and every kind of grace. But the Spirit is truth. Those, therefore, who do not partake of him are neither nourished into life from the mother's breast, nor do they enjoy their most limpid fountain, which issues from the body of Christ. But they dig for themselves broken cisterns out of earthly trenches, and drink putrid water out of the mire, fleeing from the faithful church, lest they be convicted and rejecting the Spirit, that they may not be instructed. Verse number 2. Alienated thus from the truth, they do deservedly wallow in all error, tossed to and fro by it, thinking differently in regard to the same things at different times, and never attaining to a well-grounded knowledge, being more anxious to be sophists of words than disciples of the truth. For they have not been founded upon the one rock, but upon the sand, which has in itself a multitude of stones. Wherefore they also imagine many gods, and they always have the excuse of searching after truth, for they are blind, but never succeed in finding it, for they blaspheme the Creator, him who is truly God, who also furnishes power to find the truth, imagining that they had discovered another God beyond God, or another Pleroma, or another dispensation. Wherefore also the light which is from God does not illumine them, because they have dishonored and despised God, holding him of small account, because through his love and infinite benignity he has come within reach of human knowledge. Knowledge, however, not with regard to his greatness, or with regard to his essence, for that has no man measured or handled, but after this sort, that we should know that he who made and formed and breathed in them the breath of life, and nourishes us by means of the creation, establishing all things by his word, and binding them together by his wisdom. This is he who is the only true God. But they dream of a non-existent being above him, that they may be regarded as having found out the great God, whom nobody they hold can recognize holding communication with the human race, or as directing mundane matters. That is to say, they find out the God of Epicurus, who does nothing either for himself or others. That is, he exercises no providence at all. So I just read verses 1 and 2 from chapter 24, entitled Recapitulation of the various arguments adduced against Gnostic impiety under all its aspects. The heretics tossed about by every blast of doctrine are opposed by the uniform teaching of the church, which remains so always and is consistent with itself. Now just read book number 3 and verses I raise against heresy. Book number 4 and verse I raise against heresies. Number 4. Last time I read chapter 25, verses 1, 2, and 3. Chapter 26. Okay, chapter 26. Yeah. 25, 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there are 5 verses. So what I do, let me see, time. I tell you what, I'm going to read the first 2 verses and I'll leave the last 3. The next time I read, I'm going to read the first 2 verses. Verses 1 and 2, chapter 26. And chapter 26 is titled, The Treasure Hid in the Scriptures is Christ. The true exposition of the Scripture is to be found in the church alone. Like I said, I'm going to read verses 1 and 2, and I'll leave the other 3 for the next time I read. Verse number 1. If anyone, therefore, reads the Scriptures with attention, he will find in them an account of Christ and a foreshadowing of the new calling, vocations. For Christ is the treasure which was hid in the field, that is, in this world, for the field is the world, but the treasure hid in the Scriptures is Christ, since he was pointed out by means of types and parables. Hence, his human nature could not be understood prior to the consummation of those things which have been predicted. That is, the advent of Christ. And therefore, it was said to Daniel the prophet, set up the words and seal the book, even to the time of consummation, until many learn and knowledge be completed. For at that time, when the dispersion shall be accomplished, they shall know all these things. But Jeremiah also says, in the last days, they shall understand these things, for every prophecy before its fulfillment is to men full of enigmas and ambiguities. But when the time has arrived and the prediction has come to pass, then the prophecy have a clear and certain exposition. And for this reason, indeed, when at this present time the law is read to the Jews, it is like a fable, for they do not possess the explanation of all things pertaining to the advent of the Son of God, which took place in human nature. But when it is read by the Christians, it is a treasure, hid indeed in a field, but brought to light by the cross of Christ, and explained both enriching the understanding of men and showing forth the wisdom of God, and declaring his dispensation with regard to man, and forming the kingdom of Christ beforehand, and preaching by anticipation the inheritance of the holy Jerusalem, and proclaiming beforehand that the man who loves God shall arrive at such excellency as even to see God and hear his word, and from the hearing of his discourse be glorified to such an extent that others cannot behold the glory of his countenance. As was said by Daniel, those who do understand shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and many of the righteous as the stars forever and ever. Thus, then, I have shown it to be, if anyone read the scripture, for thus it was that the Lord discoursed with the disciples after his resurrection from the dead, proving to them from the scriptures themselves that Christ must suffer and enter into his glory, and that remission of sin should be preached in his name throughout all the world, and the disciple will be perfected and rendered like the householder, who bringeth forth from his treasure things new and old. Verse number 2. Wherefore it is incumbent to obey the presbyters who are in the church, those who, as I have shown, possess the succession from the apostles, those who, together with the succession of the episcopate, have received a certain gift of truth, according to the good pleasure of the Father. But it is also incumbent to hold in suspicion others who depart from the primitive succession and assemble themselves together in any place whatsoever, looking upon them either as heretics of perverse minds, or as schismatics, puffed up and self-pleasing, or again as hypocrites, acting thus for the sake of lucre and vainglory. For all these have fallen from the truth, and the heretics indeed, who bring strange fire to the altar of God, namely strange doctrines, shall be burned up by the fire from heaven, as were Nadab and Abihu. But such as rise up in opposition to the truth, and exhort others against the church of God, shall remain among them, shall remain among those in hell, being swallowed up by an earthquake, even as those who were with Chor, Dathan, and Abiram. But those who cleave asunder and separate the unity of the church shall receive from God the same punishment as Jeroboam did. So I just read verses 1 and 2 from chapter 26. From chapter 26. and its title. The treasure hid in the scripture is Christ. The true exposition of the scripture is to be found in the church alone. And I just read book number 4 at verses of heresies against heresies. Now click book number 5 at verses heresies. Now last time I read chapter 26. The last time I read, let me scroll. Chapter 26, 1 and 2. Oh, it was just 2 verses. It was only 2 verses. So chapter 27. 2 verses, only 2 verses, chapter 27. There's only 2 verses, chapter 27. So I'm going to read both verses. In chapter 27, it's titled, The Future Judgment by Christ. Communion with and separation from the divine being. The eternal punishment of unbelievers. Verse number 1. If the Father then does not exercise judgment, it follows that judgment does not belong to him, or that he consents to all those actions which take place. And if he does not judge, all persons will be equal and accounted in the same condition. The advent of Christ will therefore be without an objection, yea, absurd, inasmuch as in that case he exercises no judicial power, for he came to divide a man against his father, and the daughter against the mother, and the daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law, and when 2 are in one bed, to take the one and to leave the other, and of 2 women grinding at the mill, to take one and leave the other. Also at the time of the end, to order the reapers to collect first the tares together, and bind them in bundles, and burn them with unquenchable fire, but to gather up the wheat into the barn, and to call the lambs into the kingdom prepared for them, but to send the goats into everlasting fire, which has been prepared by his Father for the devil and his angels. And why is thus? And why is this? Has the word come for the ruin and for the resurrection of many? For the ruin certainly of those who do not believe him, to whom also he has threatened a greater damnation in the judgment day than that of Sodom and Gomorrah. But for the resurrection of believers and those who do the will of his Father in heaven. If then the advent of the Son comes indeed alike to all, but it is for the purpose of judging and separating the believing from the unbelieving, since as those who believe do his will agreeably to their own choice, and as also agreeably to their own choice the disobedient do not consent to his doctrine. It is manifest that his Father has made all in a like condition, each person having a choice of his own, and a free understanding, and that he has regard to all things and exercise a providence over all, making his sun to rise upon the evil and on the good, and sending rain upon the just and unjust. Verse number 2. And to as many as continue in their love towards God does he grant communion with him. But communion with God is life and light, and the enjoyment of all the benefits which he has in store. But on as many as, according to their own choice, depart from God, he inflicts their separation from himself, which they have chosen of their own accord. But separation from God is death, and separation from light is darkness, and separation from God consists in the loss of all the benefits which he has in store. Those, therefore, who cast away by apostasy these forementioned things, being in fact destitute of all good, do experience every kind of punishment. God, however, does not punish them immediately of himself, but their punishment falls upon them because they are destitute of all that is good. Now, good things are eternal and without end with God, and therefore the loss of these is also eternal and never ending. It is in this matter just as occurred in the case of a flood of light. Those who have blinded themselves or who have been blinded by others are forever deprived of the enjoyment of light. It is not, however, that the light has inflicted upon them the penalty of blindness, but it is that the blindness itself has brought calamity upon them. And therefore the Lord declared, he that believeth in me is not condemned. That is not separated from God, for he is united to God through faith. On the other hand, he said, he that believeth not is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. That is, he separated himself from God of his own accord. For this is the condemnation, that light is come into this world, and men have loved darkness rather than light. For everyone who doeth evil hateth the light, and cometh not to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. But he that doeth truth cometh to the light, that his deeds may be made manifest, that he has wrought them in God. And so I just read verses 1 and 2, chapter 28, titled, The Future Judgment by Christ, Communion with and Separation from the Divine Being, the Eternal Punishment of Unbelievers. And I just read book number 5, and verses Heraces. Now, last time I read the Shepherd of Hermas, I read the third book, Similitudes, the fifth similitude, chapter 1. All right, let me read. So we on that same, still on the same website, www.earlychristianwritings. Then click over the church fathers and click over there where it says the Shepherd of Hermas. Click the Shepherd of Hermas, and we're going to read from the Roberts Donaldson English translation. And when you get to the Shepherd of Hermas, scroll down to the third book, Similitudes. Scroll down to where it said the third book, Similitudes. And when you get there, the fifth similitude, first similitude, second similitude, third, fourth. Okay, the fifth similitude. Now, like I said, we're on the fifth similitude. And last time I read chapter 1, so we're going to read chapter 2. And the fifth similitude is titled, Of True Fasting and Its Reward, also purity of body. Like I said, we're going to read, I read chapter 1 last time, we're going to read chapter 2 today. And it reads, Hear the similitude which I am about to narrate to you, relative to fasting. A certain man had a field and many slaves, and he planted a certain part of the field with a vineyard, and selecting a faithful and beloved and much valued slave. He called him to him and said, Take this vineyard which I have planted and stake it until I come, and do nothing else to the vineyard, and attend to this order of mine, and you shall receive your freedom from me. And the master of the slave departed to a foreign country. And when he was gone, the slave took and staked the vineyard. And when he had finished the staking of the vines, he saw that the vineyard was full of weeds. He then reflected, saying, I have kept this order of my master. I will dig up the rest of this vineyard, and it will be more beautiful when dug up, and being free of weeds, it will yield more fruit, not being choked by them. He took therefore and dug up the vineyard and rooted out all the weeds that were in it, and their vineyard became very beautiful and fruitful, having no weeds to choke it. And after a certain time, the master of the slave and of the field returned, and entered into the vineyard, and seeing that the vines were suitably supported on stakes, and the ground moreover dug up, and all the weeds rooted out, and the vines fruitful, he was greatly pleased with the work of his slave, and calling his beloved son, who was his heir, and his friends, who were his counselors, he told them what orders he had given his slave, and what he had found performed. And they rejoiced along with the slave at the testimony which his master love bore to him. And he said to them, I promised this slave freedom if he obeyed the command which I gave him. And he has kept my command and done besides a good work to the vineyard, and has pleased me exceedingly. In return, therefore, for the work which he has done, I wish to make him co-heir with my son, because, having good thoughts, he did not neglect them, but carried them out. With this resolution of the master, his son and friends were well pleased. V. That the slave should be co-heir with the son. After a few days, the master made a feast and sent to his slave many dishes from his table. And the slave, receiving the dishes that were sent him from his master, took of them what was sufficient for himself, and distributed the rest among his fellow slaves. And his fellow slave rejoiced to receive the dishes, and began to pray for him, that he might find still greater favor with his master for having so treated them. His master heard all these things that were done, and was again greatly pleased with his conduct. And the master again calling together his friends and his son reported to them the slaves proceeded with regard to the dishes which he had sent him. And they were still more satisfied that the slave should become co-heir with his son. So I just read chapter 2 from the fifth similitude title of true fasting and its reward, also a purity of body. And I just read from the third book, Similitudes. And I just read from the Shepherd of Hermas. And I read from the Robert Donaldson English translation. So let me click. So I'm still on the same website, www.earlychristianwriting.com, and we on church still over there on Church Fathers. And so we're gonna click over to Saint Ignatius of Antioch. Saint Ignatius of Antioch. Click Saint Ignatius of Antioch. Now I'm reading from the Robert Donaldson English translation, and I'm reading the let me see here, where it says short and long recensions. Click right there. where it says short and long recensions to Polycarp. Robert Donaldson English translation. All right. Ignatius to Polycarp, the epistle of Ignatius to Polycarp. It has the short and longer versions. So last time I read chapter 3. So I'm going to read chapter 4. And like I said, I read chapter 3 last time I read. So I'm reading chapter 4. And chapter 4 is titled Exhortations. Now remember, it's wrote down twice. The one at the top is the shorter version, and the one at the bottom is the longer version. I'm reading the longer version. So make sure everybody, you got to remember that when you're reading, let me scroll back up to the top. It says shorter and longer versions. It's wrote down twice. In every chapter, it's wrote down twice. The top is the shorter version, and the bottom is the longer version. In every chapter, it's wrote down twice. So I'm reading the longer version. So again, I read chapter 3, long version. I'm reading chapter 4, titled Exhortations. I'm reading the long version. And it reads, let not the widows be neglected. Be thou after the Lord, their protector and friend. Let nothing be done without thy consent. Neither do thou anything without the approval of God, which indeed thou doest not. Be thou steadfast. Let your assembling together be of frequent occurrence. Seek after all by name. Do not despise either male or female slaves. Yet neither let them be puffed up with conceit, but rather let them submit themselves the more for the glory of God, that they may obtain from God a better liberty. Let them not wish to be set free from slavery at the public expense, that they be not found slaves to their own desires. And so I just read chapter 4, titled Exhortations, and I read the long version. And I read the epistle of Ignatius to Polycarp. We're talking about Saint Ignatius, titled Ignatius to Polycarp. So let me click back over. And I was reading from the Robert Donaldson English translation. So click back over to Church Fathers. And we're going to read Saint Polycarp, the Bishop of Smyrna. Now, like I said, we're going to continue to read. We still over on Church Fathers on the same website, www.earlychristianwriting.com. And we're going to read Saint Polycarp, the Bishop of Smyrna. Saint Polycarp. So click where you see Church Fathers, Polycarp. Saint Polycarp of Smyrna, the Bishop of Smyrna. And we're going to read the Roberts Donaldson English translation. So click. And this is Polycarp, the Epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. And like I said, last time I read chapter 3. Read chapter 3. So today, read chapter 4. Like I said, chapter 4 in its title, Various Exhortations. And it reads, but the love of money is the root of all evils, knowing therefore that as we brought nothing into the world, so we can carry nothing out. Let us arm ourselves with the armor of righteousness, and let us teach, first of all, ourselves to walk in the commandments of the Lord. Next, teach your wives to walk in the faith given to them, and in love and purity, tenderly loving their own husbands, and in all truth, and loving all others equally in all chastity, and to train up their children in the knowledge and fear of God. Teach the widows to be discreet as respects the faith of the Lord, praying continually for all, being far from all slandering, evil speaking, false witnessing, love of money, and every kind of evil, knowing that they are the altars of God, that he clearly perceives all things, and that nothing is hid from him, neither reasonings nor reflections, nor any one of the secret things of the heart. So I just read chapter 4, titled Various Exhortations. And I just read the Epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. And I just read Saint Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna. And I was reading from the Roberts Donaldson English translation. So, like I said, we on the same web page, web page, www.earlychristianwriting.com. We over on Church Fathers. So when you see Justin Martyr, you see Church Father, click Justin Martyr. Saint Justin Martyr. And we're reading from the Roberts Donaldson English translation. Matter of fact, all the text is Robert Donaldson English translation. And we're reading the discourse to the Greeks. So click discourse to the Greeks. Now, last time I read chapter 3. Read chapter 3. So today we're going to read chapter 4. And chapter 4 is titled Shameless Practices of the Greeks. And it reads, "In your public assemblies I have come to hate, for there are excessive banquetings and subtle flutes which provoke to lustful movements, and useless and luxurious anointings, and crowning with garlands. With such a mass of evils do you banish shame, and you fill your minds with them, and are carried away by intemperance, and indulge as a common practice in wicked and insane fornication. And this further I will say to you, why are you, being a Greek, indignant at your son when he imitates Jupiter and rises against you and defrauds you of your own wife? Why do you count him your enemy and yet worship one that is like him? And why do you blame your wife for living in unchastity and yet honor Venus and shrines? If indeed these things had been related by others, they would have seemed to be mere slanderous accusations and not true. But now your own poets sing these things, and your histories noisily publish them." So I just read chapter 4 titled Shameless Practices of the Greeks. And I just read from Saint Justin Martyr, the Discourse to the Greeks. And I was reading from Justin Martyr. And let me click over here. And I was reading from the Roberts Donaldson English translation, Discourse to the Greeks. Now, I'm going to continue my reading. Now, I usually go to this little web page, website, whatever, and it's titled, The Development of the Canon of the New Testament. And what's this? ntcanon.org/Athanasius. It gives a little history as well as the actual 39th Festival Easter letter of St. Athanasius. Excuse me. So, and again, the title of this website, The Development of the Canon of the New Testament. And it reads, Athanasius of Alexandria, born 293 Common Era, Alexandria, died May 2nd, 373 Common Era, Alexandria. Saint Athanasius, theologian, ecclesiastical statesman, and Egyptian national leader, was the chief defender of Christian orthodoxy in the 4th century, battle against Arianism, the heresy that the Son of God was a creature of light, but not of the same substance as God the Father. Athanasius attended the Council of Nicaea, 325, and shortly thereafter became Bishop of Alexandria, 328. And for the rest of his life, he was engaged in theological and political struggles with the emperor and with Arian churchmen. Being banished from Alexandria several times, he wrote many important works, including his major theological treatise, The Life of St. Anthony, and 4 orations against the Arians, and a number of letters on theological, pastoral, and administrative topics. A Catholic Encyclopedia article is online at St. Athanasius. A clear acknowledgement of the New Testament canon of 27 books appears in the 39th Festival letter. The 39th Festival letter of Athanasius. Here, the threefold division of origin, or Eusebius, is abandoned. As springs of salvation, there are only the 27 writings in which the doctrine of piety is proclaimed. Over against them are set the Apocryphal, fabricated by the heretics. Only the Didact and Shepherd of Hermas, besides a few Old Testament Apocrypha, are permitted for reading by those newly received into the church, since the fathers have so appointed. But these writings are not canonical. We may, however, infer from the concession that the 2 writings mentioned still enjoy very great esteem. For a visual summary of Athanasius, please see the cross-reference table. There is no question that the emphasis on the exclusiveness and finality of the canon is closely connected with Athanasius' total theological conception, anti-heretical and Bible-related. Over and above that, it has to be observed that precisely in the years after 362, his concern was directed toward the unity of the Orthodox Church, and hence that for him a uniform canon was also a necessity. It is important that Athanasius turns sharply against all apocrypha, so that the lines are drawn so sharp as possible between canonical and apocryphal writings, whatever they may be in terms of their origin, their content, or their age. The apocrypha are downgraded as heretical and therefore excluded from any ecclesiastical use. We cannot establish what effect Athanasius' letters had outside of Egypt. We may conjecture that it advanced the recognition of the 7 Catholic epistles in the East, but it could not remove the opposition to the revelation of John. This book only achieved its firm place in the canon of the Greek Church in the 10th century. the 39th festival letter of Athanasius in 367 Common Era. It was an ancient custom for the Bishop of Alexandria to write, if possible, every year soon after Epiphany, a so-called festival epistle to the Egyptian churches and monasteries under his authority, in which he informed them of the date of Easter and the beginning of the Lenten fast. By fixing the date of Easter, this yearly epistle fixed also the dates of all Christian festivals of the year. In view of the reputation of Alexandrian scholars who were devoted to astronomical calculation, it is not surprising that other parts of Christendom should eventually come to rely on the Egyptian church for information concerning the date of Easter, made available to the Western church through the Bishop of Rome, and to the Syrian church through the Bishop of Antioch. From Athanasius' 39th festival letter in the year 367. Since, however, we have spoken of the heretics as dead, but of ourselves and possessors of the divine writings unto salvation. And since I am afraid that, as Paul has written to the Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, the 11th chapter, 3rd verse, some guileless persons may be led astray from their purity and holiness by the craftiness of certain men, and begin thereafter to pay attention to other books, the so-called apocryphal writings, being deceived by their possession of the same name as the genuine books. I therefore exhort you to pay some wind out of regard to the church's need and benefit I mentioned in my letter, matters with which you are acquainted. It being my intention to mention these matters, I shall, for the commendation of my venture, follow the example of the evangelist Luke and say, Luke chapter 1, verses 1 through 4, since some have taken in hand to set in order for themselves the so-called apocrypha, and to mingle them with the God-inspired scripture, concerning which we have attained to a sure persuasion, according to what the original eyewitness and minister of the word have delivered unto our Father. I also, having been urged by true brethren, and having investigated the matter from the beginning, have decided to set forth in order the writings that have been put in the canon, that have been handed down and confirmed as divine, in order that everyone who has been led astray may condemn his seducers, and that everyone who has remained stainless may rejoice, being again reminded of that. Athanasius now in the first place enumerates the scripture of the Old Testament. He then proceeds. Continuing, I must without hesitation mention the scripture of the New Testament. They are the following: the four Gospels, according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. After them, the Acts of the Apostles, and the seven so-called Catholic epistles of the Apostles, namely one of James, two of Peter, then three of John, and after these one of Jude. In addition, there are 14 epistles of the Apostle Paul, written in the following order: the first to the Romans, then two to the Corinthians, and then after these the one to the Galatians, following it, the one to the Ephesians, thereafter the one to the Philippians, and the one to the Colossians, and two to the Thessalonians, and the epistles to the Hebrews, and then immediately two to Timothy, one to Titus, and lastly the one to Philemon. Yet further, the revelation of John. These are the springs of salvation, in order that he who is thirsty may fully refresh himself with the words contained in them, and them alone is the doctrine of piety proclaimed. Let no one add anything to them or take anything away from them. But for the sake of greater accuracy, I add, being constrained to write, that there are also other books besides these, which have not indeed been put in the canon, but have been appointed by the fathers as reading matter for those who have just come forward and wish to be instructed in the doctrine of piety: the wisdom of Solomon, the wisdom of Sirach, Esther, Judah, Tobias, the so-called teaching, Didac, of the apostles and the shepherd. And although beloved, the former are in the canon and the latter serve as reading matter, yet mention is nowhere made of the apocrypha. Rather, they are a fabrication of the heretics, who write them down when it pleases them and generally assign to them an early date of composition in order that they may be able to draw upon them as supposedly ancient writings and have them occasion to deceive the guileless. So I just read from this website is ntcanon.org/Athanasius, titled The Development of the Canon of the New Testament. Now I'm going to continue my reading. The Panarian, Greek, Panarium, Latin. Translate mean bread basket. Okay, I'll make sure I make my notes. Okay, now last time I read the Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translate mean bread basket. Now I read from book 2. I read the first section of book 2, section 4. I read part 56. I read part 55. 1:1 through 9:19. Now I had to come back. That I had to read. I read one part 1 week. Then the next time I read, I came back and finished it. And so that was Melchizedekians. The Melchizedekians. So today, I'm going to be reading Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translate me bread basket, book 2, first section of book 2, section 4. And today I'm going to be reading part 56. Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, against Bardicianus. And let me see, I don't think it's that long. Let me see, one. All right. Okay, let me see. 1. Then 2. And 3. Right. Okay. I can finish this one today. I can finish this one today. It's not that long. It's 3 from 1:1 to 3:7. So I can finish this one today. But like I say, it's the Bardicianus. And it reads, their successor was a person named Bardasanes. This Bardasanes, the founder of the Bardicianus, sect, was Mesopotamian and a native of the city of Edessa. He was the finest sort of man at first, and while his mind was sound, composed no few treatises, for originally he belonged to God's holy church, and he was learned in the 2 languages, Greek and Syriac. At first, he became friends with the ruler of Edessa, Abgar, a very holy and learned man, and assisted him while taking a hand in his education. He survived after Abgar's death until the time of Antoninus Caesar. Not Antoninus Pius, but Antoninus Virus. He argued and lived against fate in reply to the astrologer Abydos. And there are other works of his which are in accord with the godly faith. It says he defied Antoninus' companion Apollonius. Besides, by refusing to say that he had denied that he called himself a Christian, he nearly became a martyr, and in a courageous defense of godliness replied that the wise do not fear death, which will come of necessity, he said, even if he did not oppose the emperor. And thus the man was loaded with every honor until he came to grief over the error of his own sect, and became like the finest ship, which was filled with a priceless cargo, and then wrecked beside the cliffs of his harbor, losing all his freight and occasioning the death of his other passengers as well. For he unfortunately fell in with Valentinians drew this poison and terror from their unsound doctrine, and taught this heresy by introducing many first principles and emanations himself, and denying the resurrection of the dead. He uses the law and the prophets in the Old and the New Testaments besides certain apocrypha. But he too, like all his predecessors and successors, will be confounded because he has separated himself from the truth, and as it were from a brightly shining lamp turned into soot. I have already spoken of the resurrection of the dead in many sets. However, it will do no harm to say a few words once more in my refutation of this man. For if you accept the Old Testament, Mr. and the New Testament too, how can you not be convicted of corrupting the way of the truth and separating yourself from the Lord's true life? For it is plain that to become the earnest of our resurrection and the firstborn from the dead, the Lord himself first died for us and rose again. And he did not suffer simply in a pit. He was buried, and they bore his body to the grave. Joseph of Arimathea bears witness, and the women bear witness who brought the unguents to the tomb and the 100 pounds weight of ointment, that this was no phantom or apparition. The angels who appeared to the women are also witnesses that he is risen. He is not here. Why seek ye the living among the dead? And they did not say that he had not died, but that he had risen. He who suffered in the flesh but lives forever in the spirit, and who in his native Godhead is impassible. He who is eternally begotten of the Father on high, but in the last day was pleased to be made man of the Virgin Mary. As St. Paul testified by saying, made of a woman, made under the law. Have you yet heard the text? This corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. Hasn't the prophet Isaiah convinced you by saying, and the dead shall arise, and they that are in the grave shall be raised up? And the Lord himself by saying, and these shall be raised to life eternal, and these to everlasting punishment. Or don't you remember Abel's conversation with God after his death, and how it doesn't say that his soul intercedes and cries out to God, but that his blood does. But blood is not soul. The soul is in the blood. For the visible blood is body, but the soul resides invisibly in the blood. And your wrong belief is confounded from every standpoint. Barter sayings, for it is demolished by the truth itself. But since I have spoken at length on the topic of many first principles against those who say that they are such things, I shall not make my discussion of this here a long one. As though in passing, however, I shall mention how the Holy Apostle says, to us God the Father is one, of whom are all things, and we in him. And the Lord Christ, Jesus Christ, is one, by whom are all things, and we by him. How can there be a plurality of gods and many first principles if our Lord Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him, is one? There is therefore one creator, not many gods or many eons. For Paul said, if there be many so-called gods, but he pronounced them So-called is those speaking of beings which have no existence. Excuse me. But because of the so-called gods of the Greeks, the ones they have made gods of, the sun and moon, the stars, and the light, he made this declaration and ruled out the notion of all who have fallen into error. Now, since the sound faith is preserved in every way as the support and the salvation of the faithful, the nonsensical invention of all the sects have been overthrown. So has this man overthrown, made of himself a pitiable object, and banished himself from life. For the prophet tells God's holy church, I will make thy stone a coal of fire, and thy foundation sapphire, and thy walls precious stone, and thy battlements jasper. Then afterwards he says, every voice that rises up against thee, thou shalt overcome them all. Against thee it shall not prevail. Nothing will prevail against the true faith, since she is founded on the rock, and as her king, bridegroom, Lord, and master. The holy divine word has promised her, the gates of hell shall not prevail against her. To him the Father and the Son with the Holy Spirit be glory, honor, and might forever and ever. Amen. But since this said too has been trampled underfoot, let it lie, struck with the wood of life, like a head cut off from a piece of a snake and still wiggling. But let us ourselves give thanks to God, beloved, and proceed once more to the examination of the rest. So, I just read part 56, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against Bardicianus. And I was reading from section 4, first section of book 2. Reading from book 2, the Panarian, Greek, Panarian, Latin, translate me in bread basket. Now, I did my reading. That's the most important thing, is to get my reading in. And what's the day temperature? Today is partly sunny. Yeah, look at well, ain't that something? They both saying the same thing. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Usually, I look at my desktop, it might be a degree different. Then I look at my laptop, but they both saying 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Huh, ain't that something? I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a refresh. Okay. Now that I've done a refresh, they both saying 83 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly sunny. They both saying the same thing. Desktop saying same thing that the laptop saying. The laptop saying the same thing that the desktop saying. I don't know. Apparently, probably both Microsoft. So don't ask me. But Now, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Global Rights, Frontline Defender, Human Rights Without Frontier, International Center for Human Rights, Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation Society, Conservation Fund, League of Conservation Voter, Earth Watch Institute, Conservancy Association, Earth Justice, the Conservation Volunteers, Wildlife Conservation Network, Endangered Wildlife Trust, Biodiversity and Nature Conservancy Association, the Rare Species Conservation Center, the Wildlife Research and Conservation Trust, the Rainforest Trust, the International Rainforest Conservation Organization, Rainforest Alliance, Rainforest Action Network. Biodiversity International, Earth Day Network, Environmental Defense Fund, Friends of the Earth, Friends of Nature, Greenpeace, and Nature Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Society. Soil and Water Conservation, Clean Water Action, World Water Council, Marine Conservation Institute, Marine Conservation Alliance, Ocean Preservation Society, Ocean Society, Global Ocean Commission, the International Marine Life Alliance. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Now, ancient people in the Bible, the Amorites, they were Afro-Asiatics. The Egyptians, Afro-Asiatics. The Amalekites, they were the supposed descendants of Esau. And the Kenites were a nomadic tribe in the ancient Levant. Moses' father-in-law was a Kenite. The Canaanites, ancient people. The Kenizzites, ancient people, Jephunneh, father of the Israelite leader Caleb, is called a Kenizzite. The Hittites were Indo-Europeans. The Perizzites, they were ancient people. Rephaim or Rephite, they were also known as Zamzumans or Ephraim. They were ancient people considered to be giants. Canaan, Canaanites. Canaan, son of Ham, grandson of Noah. Canaanite, an ethnic catch-all term covering various indigenous populations, both settled and nomadic, pastoral throughout the southern Levant and Canaan. The Girgashites were descendants of Canaan. Jebusites, Jebus, Philistines. The Philistines were not Afro-Asiatics, and the Philistines have not been determined to be Indo-Europeans. The Hurrians, Hittites, Horites, Moabites, Afro-Asiatics, Midianites, Afro-Asiatic, and Ammonites, Afro-Asiatics. But you know, after all the things I've just done, it means the same thing. Basically, before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library. See, look at all the things that transpired with the church. That's what it means. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library. All that stuff you be talking about, some Islam, Muslim, all that stuff before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library. Basically, every religion on this planet, on this earth, on this globe, before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library. Including Gnosticism. Gnosticism goes all the way back at the same time, because the church, first century. The church is first century. But all this stuff about some Gnostics, that's first century. Now, the roots of it is not first century. Because still, you talking about the same stupid people still walking around trying to make up some kind of religion. Because you got to deal with all them other heresies. So a lot of those other heresies, they not just first century, they even before the first century. And all them ancient people doing all this stuff that we read about in the Old Testament. It's a lot of people that's in common sense. It's a lot of people not mentioned in the Holy Bible. Old Testament and New Testament. So all this stuff before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library. All that esoteric and all that exoteric. All that Western esotericism. All that junk, some Western mystery tradition. That's before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library. And then the 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library, what did the little farm boy find? He found some leftover Gnostic writings that them Gnostic theologians had wrote. They didn't get destroyed in 367 AD by Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church. That was the little farm boy found. See all this stuff about some demiurge, talking about the material world is evil. The material world, now, you evil. You evil. You wicked. You are being defiant. You being disobedient to God. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God. You being defiant. You being disobedient. All that foolishness about some demiurge, the Catholic Church already refuted. Already refuted. The Catholic Church already refuted. So all that lying you've been doing and be doing, now, and going around trying to be violent, all that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer stuff, trying to be violent. You know when you be violent, human nature. People have a tendency to fight back. People have a tendency to fight back, to defend themselves. See all that demiurge nonsense? You ain't gonna all that lying, trying to hurt the kittens and the puppies, trying to destroy wildlife and nature, trying to destroy the environment, trying to destroy the North and South Pole, hell, outer space, polluting water, ground, and air, including noise pollution. Violating civil rights and human rights. Because of demiurge. You can't have this thought in your mind like you on just like there's no deterrent. Like there's no stopping. You just gonna just keep going on and on and on. Well, I mean, in your warped way of thinking, in your mentality, that's the way you think. Yeah, that's not the way I think. That's not the way I think. That's my way of thinking. Yeah, I'm talking about violating civil rights and human rights. That's the reason why it's good. In the past, I made my videos and I did all the things I did when I had the time that I did it. So on days like today, when I don't do the things that I've done in the past, I already said it. It's already been done. So if anybody even attempt, you don't get away with it. Because in the past, see, this is the reason why I was always had foresight, always thinking ahead. See, sometimes be days like today. But when I had time, at that time, I made sure that I did all the things that I did. So when the day like today come, no, you don't, I already did that. So you can try to pretend, but I know. Like I told you on my previous video, I already know outside this door that the police riding around, state trooper, sheriff, police department. I already know they riding around. But like I said, I leave my video and walking your ass around with a law enforcement unit and talking about you a goddamn Nazi. Yeah, you ain't no different than anybody else. Far as I'm gonna tell you this. Far as I'm concerned, to me, you say something like that, you just like them goddamn gangster disciples talking about a black gangster new breed, talking about you a damn insane gangster. I don't give a damn about them. I wouldn't give a damn about you either. I don't give a damn about you either. Telling me no mess like that. And I know that the Catholic Church, the bishop and the deacon, and you say something like that, you're not, man, no, hell no. They don't take that off you. You ain't no damn about it. No, absolutely not. But you may have tried that mess in the past. You may have thought you was getting away. But like I told your ass, I intentionally, in the past, there's a lot of things I did. I knew that the sorority and fraternity were walking around. I knew the sorority and fraternity. So I did the things I did in the past for that reason. When I do my reading, that's the reason why I do that. Because I knew in the past, I didn't hear, didn't see. So when I'm walking around, I know when you try that, you know what to expect. You know what to expect. You know you're going to get your ass killed. You know you deserve to die. You know you deserve to die. And I guarantee you, your ass going to die. You're going to get killed. So you can sit around trying to depend on the prosecuting attorney's office and the district attorney. You got killed. Yeah. What is it that you expect people to take off you? What is it that you expect people to take off you? See? So long we got a good understanding. Long we got a good understanding. See, you intentionally did all this shit in 1945 discovering that, and before the 1945 discovering that. See? Because you felt like you can get away with it. Okay. But I tell you this. It's a cutoff. God damn it. And Eric been saying it for long. God damn it. Ain't no getting away. Just like all this devil worship and all, you can try to conceal it. You can try to disguise it. It's going to still mean the same thing. It's devil worship. You can change the name. You're going to still mean the same thing. See, your intent, you didn't want to, in your way of thinking, you don't want to listen. You don't want to believe in God. You don't want to believe. You don't want to have faith. You don't want to have hope in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So we know what we're talking about. Because they try to do that too. They try to take the word God, God, and apply it, to their, you know, when you know damn well it's only one. It's only one God, as it says in the Old Testament. It's only one. Only one God. Only one. So the ones that didn't want to believe, didn't want to have faith, didn't want to have hope in that one God, you took from those who did believe, from those who did have faith, and those who did have hope, being violent. Being violent. So you can, all that lesbian, gay, bisexual, all that transgender, that transsexual, queer stuff, ancient people, as well as modern people. Like I showed you on my previous video, the cartoon lady. Because the same information that the cartoon lady talking about is on Wikipedia. It's on Wikipedia, word for word. The same exact information that the cartoon lady be talking about. Word for word. It's on Wikipedia. The quick reference. The same thing. I already told you on my previous video. Modern, pagan, contemporary pagan, neo-pagan, polytheistic, reconstructionist. You be lying. Damn it, you know what the word pagan means. You be lying. How the hell you gonna be a modern pagan? It was the Jews and the Christians that called the people that didn't want to be a Jew or a Christian a pagan. A Helen, a damn heathen. And you gonna sit up here and call yourself a modern pagan? I mean, you know, you have all the people, the ethnic religions, ethnic religions, what we refer, some people, indigenous peoples, native peoples, all over the earth, all over the planet, all over the globe. Some people be nude. Some people be partially nude. The people that you call, that's referred to as the hunter-gatherers, and the people that are referred to as the pastoralists. All the way back to ancient time, all the way up to today. You be taken from the people, mocking the people. That's what you be doing. Because you ain't trying to do what's right. You're not trying to, you already said that. You didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the Son of God. You ain't want to listen to the Word. You don't want to listen to the Holy Spirit. I mean, that's what you said, not me. I didn't say that. That's what you said, not me. Then walking around and got the nerve to think somebody afraid, scared. But I got to find a newspaper. That's the reason why I put that in front of you. Because, I mean, you gonna walk around here saying something like that? Talking about you driving around in a state trooper car. And then you gonna celebrate talking about you a Nazi, talking about you work for the sheriff's department, talking about you a Nazi. You really is ignorant. You really are ignorant. Walking around, riding around, talking about you work for the police department, and talking about you're a Gnostic. You are ignorant. The Department of the Theology and Religious Studies Department. The Catholic Church already refuted Gnosticism. You ignorant. I gotta find a newspaper. Let me see here. Let me see. Let me try something here. Let me try something. Now I was just looking at one of these Timor news, like East Timor. I'm gonna have to go somewhere else and find a newspaper. I gotta find a newspaper. Okay. Now, I found me a newspaper, I think, over in Brunei. The morning. Wait a minute, let me see this. What the heck? Okay. The Borneo Bulletin. Now, let me read it. Let me check out something here. Let's go over here to the business section. Like I say, I'm in Brunei, and the newspaper I'm reading, the Borneo Bulletin. I had to find a news. I mean, East Timor. Yeah, but I couldn't find the type of newspaper I'm looking for. But I found the type of newspaper I'm looking for. Virtually everything that I want to know. Let's start business. Let's go to business. Let me click over here to the business. What? They talking about this Peloton. They talking about this Peloton cuts jobs. What? Raises prices and bid for profitability. What day is it? That's August what? That's August the 14th. Peloton? What? They cut jobs? Man. Then they raise prices and bid for profitability. The New York Wall Street extends winning streak to fourth week. Let's check. Let me click over there right quick. Let me click over there and see what's going on. The New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street extends winning streak to fourth week. Wall Street capped a chopping week of trading with a broad stock market rally on Friday, as the S&P 500 notched its fourth consecutive weekly gain. The benchmark index closed 1.7% higher for a 3.3% weekly gain. The S&P 500 hadn't posted such a good stretch since November. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 1.3%, while the NASDAQ and Russell 2000 index of smaller companies both closed 2.1% higher. Each index also posted a solid weekly gain. Technology stocks drove much of the rally. Crude oil prices fell, and bond yields were mixed. Trading was choppy much of the week, but major indexes got a big bump on Wednesday after a report showed that inflation cooled more than expected last month. Another report on Thursday showed inflation at the wholesale level also slowed more than expected. The cooler than expected inflation readings have boosted the hopes among investors that inflation may close to a peak and that the Fed could less aggressively hike interest rates, its main tool for fighting inflation. The data that we've gotten this week has also been consistent with the idea we're in the midst of peak inflation rates on a month-to-month basis, said Chief Investment Officer Scott Latner at Horizon Investments. That's something that we've been waiting to see for months now. If that's the case, then we've probably also seen peak Fed hawkishness. And then what's this over here? Business. Oil shipments from Russia resume to Czechia. Let me check it out there. Let me click over here. Oh, this over in Prague, Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic. Oil shipments from Russia resume to Czechia. Oil shipments from Russia through a critical pipeline to Czechia resumed on Friday after more than a week, the Czech pipeline operator Miro said. Czechia became the last Central European country after Slovakia and Hungary to receive deliveries from the southern branch of the Druzhba pipeline after a problem over payments for transit was resolved. Russian state pipeline operator Transneft said on Tuesday it halted shipments through the southern branch of the Druzhba pipeline, which runs through Ukraine to Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary. The northern leg of the Druzhba pipeline, which runs through Belarus to Poland and Germany, was unaffected. Transneft cited complications due to European Union sanctions for its action on August 4th, saying its payment to the company's Ukrainian counterpart was refused. On Wednesday, the payment was made by Slovak refiner Slavnaft after both Russia and Ukraine agreed to the solution. Slavnaft is owned by Hungary's MOL Energy Group, but Slavnaft said the deal covered only shipments to Slovakia and Hungary and not to Czechia. Slovak Economy Minister Richard Sulik said the problem was caused by the refusal of an unnamed bank in Western Europe to transfer the money due to the sanctions imposed by the European Union on Russia for its war on Ukraine. Czech Industry and Trade Minister Joseph Kosila said on Friday that authorities had found a way to make the original money transfer possible. He declined to give details. Two Czech oil refiners, including the one in Lipanov, that processes Russian oil, are owned by Poland's oil and energy giant PKN Orlen. European Union leaders agreed in May to embargo most Russian oil imports by the end of the year as part of the bloc sanctions over Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. The embargo covers Russian oil brought in by sea but allowed temporary Druzhba pipeline shipments to Hungary and certain other landlocked countries in Central Europe, such as Slovakia and Czechia. The Czechs receive less than a half of the oil the country needs through the Druzhba pipeline. Let me see. Mm-hmm. All right, let me see. Mm-hmm. What's this? World share must be higher than the new sign. Let me see what this is. World share must be. Oh, okay. Let me check this. Let me read this. World shares mostly higher after news signs inflation cooling. Shares open higher in Europe after a mixed day in Asia yesterday, following another encouraging report about United States inflation. The United Kingdom reported its economy contracted 0.1% in the last quarter as families cut back on spending to cope with price increases. The decline was better than most forecasts. So basically, it's bad, but not as bad as feared, and that may be as good as it gets for a while, Craig Earlham of Oanda said in the report. He noted that household spending would likely weaken further as Britain braces for much higher energy prices as a result of disruptions to supply due to the war in Ukraine. Britain's and Germany and Paris. Okay, well, okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. See, this whole thing about inflation is worldwide. Everybody around the world. Let me see what else we got here. Okay. Well, we on the business page right now. I mean, found me a newspaper. Like I said, I'm reading from the Borneo Bulletin. That was the business page. All right. Let me get over here to the sports page. Let me get over to my sports page. Sports page. Click, 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 click. Sports. It says, what's in? I'm reading here in the Borneo Bulletin that this the boxing champion, world heavyweight champion, got both belts. Tyson Fury to walk away from boxing after a short-lived comeback. Well, what's this here? Chelsea game with some time. Let me check this out here. Chelsea game will show if Tottenham has improved. If Antonio Conte wants a reliable indicator of how far his Tottenham team has come since last season, he couldn't ask for a better test than tonight's trip to Chelsea. Tottenham lost 4 times in 4 meetings last season against Conte's former club, so a win at Stamford Bridge would send a message that Spurs are taking a big step forward after a first full outseason under the Italian. It is the first meeting of the season between two of the Big Six teams, with both hoping to show they are ready to join champion Manchester City and Liverpool in what has been a 2-horse race for the title in recent years. This game will be important to make the right evaluation about our improvement, Conte said on Friday. I think this game will be very important to us, whether we win, lose, or draw, and then we have to be good to make the right evaluation. And then it says down here, down below, well, I lost my spot here. Oh, okay, down there at the bottom. Said Conte led Chelsea to the 2017 Premier League title and managed to steer Tottenham to a 4th place finish last season, 1 spot behind Chelsea after taking over the North London club in November when the team was 9th in the table. Let me see here. read this story here. This from August the 13th, 2022. FIFA officially advances World Cup by a day for Qatar. The FIFA on Thursday officially brought forward the opening match of this year's World Cup by one day to November 20th in a rare change so that host Qatar featured in the gala game. Football's top officials universally approved the decision, FIFA said in a statement, while Qatar said it would give unspecified help to fans affected by the change. On the old schedule, Qatar against Ecuador was to be the official inauguration match on November 21st, but Senegal against Netherlands would be the first match of the day. England against Iran would have been second. Qatar had also been frustrated as it has invested in a huge opening ceremony show. Host country Qatar will now play Ecuador on Sunday, November 20th, as part of a standalone event, said FIFA. The opening match and ceremony this year's tournament at Al Bayt Stadium have been brought forward one day following a unanimous decision taken by the Bureau of the FIFA Council today. Okay, well. Well, that's the sports page. Let me go to lifestyle. Mm-hmm. Now I was just browsing the lifestyle page. Like I said, I'm on the Borneo Bulletin, so I was just browsing lifestyle. Let me check out the entertainment. I see they talking about K-pop. They're talking about Blackpink's Lisa's first female artist atop Billboard's new chart. Entertainment, what's it? K-pop star Kim Ja-jung to put out third LP next month. I'm just browsing entertainment right now. Oh, that's too far back. But like I said, I was just over on the entertainment page, just browsing. But all right, let me get over here, man. I got some stuff to deal with. What time is it? All right. I'm over here on the Borneo Bulletin. Now let's click over here to the world. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see. What they talking about here? What? They say a new orchid species discovered in Southwest China. What? I gotta read that. I gotta read that. Because that demiurge, man, I'm telling you, look. New orchid species discovered in Southwest China. What? All right. Chinese researchers have discovered a new orchid species in a giant panda habitat in Sichuan province, said the Chengdu Institute of Biology under the Chinese Academy of Sciences on Friday. The new species, Gastrochilus wolongensis, was named after the Wolong area of the giant Panda National Park. It was first found in the park in November 2020 by researchers from the institute and workers at the Nature Reserve. After a long-term observation, the researcher collected its flower specimen and identified it as a new orchid species. The institute said further analysis showed the new species was closely related to the known Gastrochilus ciliaris and Gastrochilus formosanus. It added that Gastrochilus was a genus of a plant belonging to the orchid family. Among the 58 species under the genus, 17 were endemic to China. The finding was recently published in the journal Ecosystem Health and Sustainability. Well, how about that? Taliban violently dispersed rare women's protest. What is this? Dadgummit. Let me see what this is. A new Lanya virus infects 35 in China. What the heck is this? New Lanya virus infects 35 in China. A new virus, which can be transmitted to humans from animals, has infected 35 people in Shandong and Henan province. According to a study by scientists from China, Singapore, and Australia, published in the New England Journal of Medicine. So far, there has been no evidence of human-to-human transmission. The Henipavirus, also called Lanya Henipavirus or LAV, was first detected in late 2018 but was formally identified by scientists only last week, The Guardian reported. It was discovered thanks to an early detection system for feverish people with a recent history of exposure to animals. Bloomberg reported the virus was found after throat swabs were taken from the patients who were mostly farmers. The virus is entirely novel, meaning it has not affected humans before. But two viruses from the same family had been identified previously, the Hendra virus and Nipah virus. Both can cause severe and sometimes fatal illnesses. There are no vaccines or treatment, the Sun reported. The study said 26 out of 35 cases of Lanya Henipavirus infection in Shandong and Henan province had developed clinical symptoms. such as fever, irritability, cough, anorexia, myalgia, nausea, headache, and vomiting. Global Times reported. So far, the cases have not been fatal or very serious, so there is no need for panic, said Professor Wayne Leafer from the Emerging Infectious Diseases Program at Duke NUS Medical School in Singapore involved in the study. He added there is still a cause for alert as many viruses that exist in nature have unpredictable results when they infect humans. Well, okay, now that's enough on that. Alright, let me get back over here. Let me scroll. I'm still on the same. I found this little article. Rwanda rejects United Nations report on support for rebels in Congo. Yeah. I was just reading. I was trying to. This so-called M23, and then on the other side the FDLR. Yeah. Well, I don't pretty much see anything on the war in Ukraine. So what I'm gonna have to do? But that's what I've been saying all the time. See, when things don't go the way you think it's gonna go, you don't hear anything. So I've been reading the Borneo Bulletin, so I don't really just see anything on the war in Ukraine. So let me click over here. What time is it? Okay, yeah. I didn't see him. Okay, let me see here. Let me click back over here. And let me click back. All right, let me click. Let me just look at here. The Guardian. What day is this? Alright, let me see. Family. Ukraine says it will target Russian soldiers who shoot at the Russian occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant or use it as a base to shoot from. An explosion, okay, the two primary road bridges being added to the pocket of Russia. Two primary road bridges giving access to the pocket of Russian occupied territory on the west bank of the Dnipro in Ukraine's Kherson region are now probably out of use for the purposes of substantial Russian military resupply. British military intelligence said on Saturday, which the Ukrainian Kingdom's defense minister has described as a key vulnerability. Russian forces have taken full control of Pisky, a village on the outskirts of Ukraine Donetsk region. Interfax cited the Russian Defense Ministry as saying on Saturday Ukraine military command said later that fierce fighting continued in the village. Let's see here. Associated Press. I was just looking at the Associated Press news. Let me check out Al Jazeera. Now it says here in the Bloomberg, Putin's war sets Russian economy back 4 years in a single quarter. According to Al Jazeera, when it comes to the fighting, it said blast this week at the Russian-operated Sakhalin military airfield in the annexed Crimean Peninsula led to the loss of 8 Russian combat jets. The United Kingdom Defense Minister the United Kingdom. Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky told government officials to stop talking to report about key military tactics against Russia, saying such remarks were frankly irresponsible. Russia's defense minister said it's forced to destroy the U.S.-made AN/MPQ-64 radar system in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region in its latest daily briefing. The minister also said Russian troops had shot down 2 U.S.-made high-mobility artillery rocket missiles. Ukraine's defense minister said Kyiv had received a shipment of M20 multiple launch rocket systems from the UK. Ukraine military said its artillery hit a Russian ammunition depot near a key bridge in the south on Friday. It added now had the ability to attack nearly all of Moscow's supply line in the occupied region. Well, I was just reading from Al Jazeera. Well, pretty much, as of this week, that pretty much says a lot. And so, the Russians are making sure that when you have to deal with multiple nations, the so-called North Atlantic Treaty Organization, then you have this Ukraine, and this whole thing with this propaganda, and not just propaganda, but all this sway and persuasion that people here in the United States of America in the past, because this 2022, let's make this perfect. This 2022, and when you think about the Russian invasion, when the Russians came across the border, whatever, 2014 or 2014, and fighting in the Luhansk and in the Donetsk region, and when Russia annexed the Crimea, and so on and so forth. But as you know, this is something that's been going on for many years now. So you talking? Let's just put it in the state of mind. Let's say 2014 to 2022. That's how long this has been going on. And now the actual, even though Russia did cross the border, but there's been fighting going on because you had separatists who were Russian-backed separatists in that Donbass region. But now it's the actual Russians and the Ukrainians actually getting into a conflict. And so, but then, like I said, this has been going on for some years now with all this propaganda. And a lot of that propaganda was instigated by a lot of people from the United States, the United Kingdom, and so on and so forth. With all this esoteric mess, there's a lot. To get to the root of it, that's where it's coming from. See, they go around trying to talk to people and try to get stupid people to listen to this devil worship. And they go around causing problems, trying to be violent. The lesbians, the gay, the bisexual, the transgender, transsexual, the queer. Oh, that's where it's coming from. That's where it's coming from. All this stuff about religion and God. It be the same individuals going around. So when it comes to the Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, and then you got the other nations around the world. But the Ukraine being next to Russia, trying to put them in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And so all this propaganda, which is really, when you start talking and saying things, and at certain levels, it's a difference. Just like if I walk outside my door and just say, me and some guy out here, we just out here, just out on the street talking. But here, when the things that you say escalate to the point, instead of me being outside, just me and the next, me and the next door neighbor, we just reading the newspaper, we just giving comments, and then we just talking, But hell, when you talk about the Ukraine and the propaganda, you talking actually getting into a war with a neighboring country. And then not only getting into a war, but it's people outside of Ukraine who fueling this euphoric, they adding fuel to it to try to build it up to what you see today. To what you see today. and the incentive, the motivation for the people in Ukraine to get into a war with Russia is the promise that the United States and NATO gonna give them some dynamite. And that's all they need. Just give us some weapons and we'll do the fighting. And we'll do the fighting. That's what basically they were, because this didn't start with Russia. You can say whatever you want. This didn't start with Russia. This started with some people outside of the Ukraine instigating and finding people in Ukraine gullible and naive enough to listen, just like Zelensky. Gullible and naive to listen and to sell you false promises on some weapons. On some weapons. So now you have all these refugees, displaced Ukrainians in the refugee. I mean, the propaganda, it's not, you can't make it sound like it's harmless, like it's legal, like it's not criminal. It is. It is. When you investigate it, when you investigate the propaganda that started this conflict, this war, corruption is at the heart. Corruption is at the heart of the war in Ukraine. Corrupt government officials in Ukraine, as well as outside of Ukraine. Just all they worried about is somebody in America and in NATO, the United Kingdom, running off at the mouth. We'll give you some weapons. And you going around, I'd rather die saying all these things. I'd rather die. I'm going to fight for Ukraine. And this was before 2014. All this propaganda about the European Union, all this anti-Russian. What is all this? What do it mean? Pro-Russian, pro-West. See, all that is esoteric. All that, because why everybody got to be against everybody? Why you just can't be? What's wrong with being friends with Russia? Excuse me. What's wrong with being friends with Russia? Hell, what's wrong with being friends with North Korea? You don't like that? Well, I don't like no damn Gnostics. I don't give a damn about no Freemasons. I don't give a damn about no Rosicrucians. I don't give a damn about no Theosophy, no Anthroposophy either. I don't give a damn about no New Age. Now, think about it, since you talking about some damn communists, that's how I feel about some damn Gnostics. I mean, what's the problem? What's the problem with China? What's wrong? Because I got to bring this up again. If we got to go to the economic class and talk about the economy, matter of fact, I just read in the newspaper about inflation all around the world, And I guarantee you, while you sitting around talking about communists, why is there so many American businesses doing business in communist China? Why is that? Why is there so many American businesses doing business in communist China? Since you don't like communism, answer that. You got an answer for that? Well, hell, what is it that you got to be against Russia for? What you mean pro-Russian? What you mean pro-Western? What that mean? The same damn companies, since you talking about some pro-Western, the same damn businesses that you talking about, they doing business in China. So what's your problem? See, all this is esoteric. All this esotericism. All this devil worship. All this Satanism. You're a damn Satanist. But Russia is continuing to stand for Russia. That's the right thing for Vladimir Putin to do. Stand up for Russia. Stand up for the Russian people. That's the right damn thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Because corruption in Ukraine, that's what that is. Corrupt government officials with these people over here in the United States of America. We'll give you some, what was that weapon? That the Russians shot down, AN, some kind of damn missile, radar or something. It got shot down. It got shot down. 2 of them got shot down as well as some more. But like I said, man, when it comes to a war, you know as well I do. Military strategy, military tactics. Of course, you're going to try to sit around. I mean, you know, that's common. Supply lines get attacked and all this. You know, supply roads, systems and all that. Russia did the right thing to attack Ukrainians' supplies. Continue to fight. Get into a firefight. Get into a battle. Because, like I read on the other video, casualties. Casualties. And when they have casualties, all that talking about, all that propaganda, when your ass landed trying to get evacuated from the battlefield at night, see, it don't mean nothing. Now your ass gonna be sitting up here. Since you didn't get killed, now you're gonna be sitting up, body blown all up. See, this is what the opposition, when you got all these war veterans, like I read in the newspaper, you got people suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. They're subject to kill themselves. Being honest, based on medical records here, people here in the United States of America that been to war, who suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, a lot of times they end up committing suicide. And they're going to leave, before they committed suicide, they needed long-term medical treatment. Who going to pay for it? So I guess right now Zelensky trying to get the United States government to help pay for all this. And not just those who suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. You got all these people's bodies that have been torn up. They're going to need long-term medical treatment. Long term. And you wanna estimate the cost? When I was reading the newspaper in the business section, you want it for each individual. You want to estimate the cost on medicine, and then the treatments. Because I'm quite certain the pharmaceutical companies, the war in Ukraine, because I'm not going to even bring up Russia, because I'm quite certain Russia going to take care of Russia. But we talking about Ukraine. Long-term medical care for all these so-called veterans. The ones that can't return to the battlefront. So from that point on, they're going to need long-term medical treatment. Who going to pay for it? See, this is where the corrupt government officials come in. See, you ain't telling the truth. See, you don't tell the truth. Just like when I read the newspaper, there's a reason why I read the newspaper. Because I know Fox and CNN, they don't tell the truth. They lie. They lie. I just read Al Jazeera. And I know damn well CNN, Fox, they lie. You can talk about sanctions and all that, but still, it ain't gonna stop the war. It ain't gonna stop the war. I'm telling you this, it's gonna be an incentive for war. It's gonna be an incentive for war. You don't get away with that mess, man. Vladimir Putin right. And and right. Stand for Russia. Stand for Russia and fight for the Russian people. He right. And see, the area, the Crimea, the Donbass region, it pretty much haven't changed. It's pretty much Russian dominant. It's just with all this Western trying to give weapons to the Ukrainian military, so you call it a counteroffensive. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm seeing you ain't getting away with, you're not being successful. I mean, each and every day you might, it might be a change here or there in one location or whatever. But hell, overall, that region is still under Russian control. It's still under Russian control. Only thing left now is Western Ukraine. Like I told you on my previous video. See, I be watching. And see, while you were sitting there doing something like that, like I said, military strategy and military tactics, usually you get outflanked. And so, like I said, the rest of the Russian military, the Russian Navy, the Russian Air Force, air defenses, attack air defenses. Quite naturally, you're going to get outflanked. You're going to get outflanked. Because your stupidity, you get sucked in, just like in Stalingrad, you get sucked in, just like Adolf Hitler. I'm sitting there looking at it. I'm sitting there watching. It's just like Stalingrad. House by house, street by street fighting. And you losing. Just like Adolf Hitler was losing, just like Adolf Hitler lost, you're going to lose. And damn it, it's finna be winter time. I know damn well you ain't going to win. You only got a few more months, it's going to be winter. Then what you going to do? You're not going to win. You're going to be just like Adolf Hitler. Your mobile force is going to get bogged down in the Russian winter. It's finna be winter time. It's finna be winter time. So, all the things that's being done now, the Russian Navy, the Ukrainian so-called air defenses be attacked, eventually the Russian Air Force, the bombers, they can hit the western Ukraine. So I mean, and then it's like I've been saying, it's an opposition. The so-called propaganda should be investigated. It's corrupt. You make it sound like you can say whatever you want and there's no consequences and repercussions legally. I'm quite certain in the Ukrainian legal system, what you done could be called criminal. It can be called criminal. Now, I mean, from a defense point of view, everyone has has right to an attorney. But goddamn it, don't make it sound like you can't, like Zelensky can't be investigated for corruption, as well as other Ukrainian officials. I mean, the opposition are entitled to an investigation. The opposition, they're entitled to call for an investigation into this whole thing. Before the Russians came across the border, as well as now. It's always something can be investigated, always. So I mean, the opposition can call for an investigation and bring up allegations of corruption on Zelensky, as well as other government officials. The opposition is entitled. You got all these men who've been displaced in the refugee camp. You tried to force these men to fight in a war that they didn't never agree with. Everybody didn't agree with it, but they was forced with this civilian defense force. It should be an investigation. It's criminal. It should be an investigation. It should be an investigation. You trying to make it sound like you trying to put people in jail because they don't agree. You trying to draft people for the war. It should be an investigation. Criminal investigation. Yeah, you're not above the law. Like that old saying, you're not above the law. I guarantee that we're going to lead to. It's going to lead to a criminal investigation. That's what it should be. An investigation of Zelensky as well as other government officials for corruption. Now, but I mean, it's a thing that's going to be a motivation for the opposition, is that there's corruption in the Ukrainian government from the top all the way down. From the top all the way down. Corruption. It should be a criminal investigation from Zelensky all the way down. All the way down. Look, Get ready to end today's video. Again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, in the state of Tennessee. Thank all my fans, my support for you, continued courage, support. I always put God first. I always thank God for all the blessings and the guidance that God provides all with. And it's only one church. Only one. The Catholic Church. The Catholic Church. Just because those councils, it's still only one church. Only one. The Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church. There's only one Catholic Church. Irregardless about what council, irregardless of council, there's only one Catholic Church. That's the only church. You're a Catholic, you're a Christian. You're a Christian, you're a Catholic. Scripture and tradition. Take care of yourself, wish each and every one of your very best, and don't let nobody influence you with that demiurge and talking about the material world is evil, because they lying, some devil worship, some Satanists, Satanism. They just lying. All they do is lie and be violent. They go around trying to victimize the puppies and the kittens. They go around trying to destroy wildlife, trying to destroy nature. They trying to destroy our environment. They pollute the water, air, the ground, including noise pollution. They trying to destroy the North Pole and the South Pole. They violating civil rights. They violating human rights. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God. That's the answer. That's the answer. This stuff about some demiurge, you lying. All you doing lying and trying to be violent. Take care of yourself. Wish each and every one of you the very best.